Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I was a little bit late there. I only woke up about 40 minutes ago, so I'm a little bit unprepared today. I normally kind of pre-boil the kettle, which makes it... So basically, my routine at the start of a stream tends to be get the starting soon screen going. Well, before 5 minutes before I get the starting soon screen going, I go down and I put the kettle on, get myself ready to make a cup of tea before the stream. Then come upstairs, start the starting student screen, go back down, reboil the kettle, pour my tea, and then come back upstairs. And I can do all that within like the time frame of getting started. But I didn't kind of pre-boil the kettle today, so I'm a little out of breath and a little late. So I apologize. How's everybody doing? Guitar Lilin, hope you are well. How's your kind of excitement doing at the moment? I'm assuming it's only like a few hours away. Oh, about less than an hour. So very soon. All right, how are we doing anyway? Right. I did AFK a little bit after the stream yesterday. I didn't mean to. I just completely forgot to turn the game off. Looks like we are actually making enough phenol. We didn't need to change anything. We're making plenty of hydrogen, and we are making plenty of acetone. So we are in good shape for what we need to do today, and further as well. You click buy, and I'm now going through your mod list, removing all your mods, favoriting the most important ones, so you can find them when they are 1.6 ready. GG. I actually installed RimWorld yesterday. I'm not going to be getting any DLCs or anything like that, even though obviously the one's releasing today. But I might see if I can spend a little bit more time playing around with it at some point over the weekend. We'll see. As for today, though, the main plans... I have not had much time to plan today, by the way. So things might be a little disjointed. We'll see, though. But... I don't even know if I'd buy the DLCs or not, anyway, just because I can't afford them, really. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, today the main thing is getting better circuits, basically the ones that are going to be using the epoxy printed circuit boards and the nano CPU chips. That means we can get the final tier of HV circuits, which we can get 2 of them per craft, which is considerably better than what we're getting at the moment. We can't quite make the final tier of them. We need LUV circuit assemblers for those. It's the same circuits, just you get more of them for less materials. That's something to look forward to for later. But we can make those. We can also make... Is it those ones? Yeah, we can make those. Those are I think the second tier of IV circuits. There are also, yeah, those, a new tier of EV circuits. Which means we can probably start passiving the EV circuits as well at this point, although we won't be able to do it with those ones. We will probably be doing those ones. That recipe, not that recipe, that recipe. Those EV circuits. But we can passive a few more circuits today, which is going to make life a lot easier. That's a great game. Base games, and there are thousands of mods for infinite playability. I wouldn't get your hopes up too much yet, Guitar, and this is like about the 20th time I've installed it. I wouldn't get your hopes up too high with it, but we'll see. All right. So, first things first, though, we have a bunch more stuff we got to do. Oh, the other thing we want to try and do today is see if we can get to tungsten. Which is here. So, tungsten, we are going to need tungsten dust. In order to get tungsten dust, can I remember how we do this? Yeah, we electrolyze tungstic acid, which gives us 7 tungstic acid. Will give you 1 tungsten dust, which you get from, which also gives you a little bit of hydrogen and oxygen. Tungstic acid is made from either scheelite or tungstate dust with hydrochloric acid in a chemical bath. And that will give you calcium chloride as well as the tungstic acid. So 6 scheelite or 7 tungstate. The tungstate will give you lithium chloride. The lithium chloride, I think we can basically just turn these back into. I think we can basically just get the hydrochloric acid back from this. We can get the because 2 buckets of hydrochloric acid would be. Hydrochloric acid. Bear with me. Yeah, two chlorine, which we would get from the lithium chloride bite. So basically, I think we can pretty much recycle the hydrochloric acid. Is Twitch doing its stupid shit again? Twitch, what the hell? I'm not dropping any frames, so I don't know. I'm guessing that's on Twitch's end. That's annoying. Now, hopefully it fixes itself soon. In the meantime, however, we need to start making these carbon fibers. Which we can make with an autoclave and liquid epoxy and carbon dust. So if we have got an autoclave, right? Yes. What tier of autoclave do we need? If we do it with liquid epoxy, which honestly we may as well do, we only need an HV1, which is fine. And that will get us 1-to-1 with the carbon dust, which, speaking of carbon dust, we're actually not making that much carbon dust, you know. I think we have carbon dust set up to passive. Yeah. Basically, if we've got it set up so. I'll put that down now. Right. Okay. So yeah, if we keep 1,024 carbon dust, we got that to 2,048 just to be on the safe side. It's basically we're just macerating diamonds into diamond dust and then electrolyzing those. But so we should have plenty of carbon dust for that. And let's make a recipe for the raw carbon nanotubes. We are going to have to passive this as well. Oh, speaking of epoxy, we are up to 212 buckets of it at this point. So we have plenty. We'll put those into the autoclave. We just make like 32 of those for now. And that is working just fine. There we go. We have carbon fibers. Right, and then from there, we need to make the nano CPU chips, which means we need to make the nano CPU wafers, which means, we need a clean room and an EV chemical reactor in there. Okay, well, we should be able to make the EV chemical reactor without too many problems. What we need to do, though, is make EV converters. Preferably recipes for 1 amp and 4 amp, since we very rarely use anything higher than that at the moment. Are you back, Guitarlon? Has Twitch stopped being Twitch? And Zidek, welcome Welcome, Zadikians, again. You see what I'm understanding from this, Zadik, is that you seem to be keep raiding into us while we're playing Greg Tech base packs. What this is telling me is you really want to start playing with Greg Tech, don't you? That's what it is. You want to start playing with Greg Tech. But welcome, Zadikians. How are you doing? How was the stream? I unfortunately didn't manage to make it in today, so I have no idea what you were doing. I'm assuming you were back on Cuboid. But you don't trust Twitch yet? I mean, does anyone ever really trust Twitch? Sheepy, Big Angel, Dab, Sarge, how are you guys doing? Okay. So not wanting to play Greg Tech then, Zedek. That surprises me. But how was the stream, Zedek? What were you up to today? What were you working on? And for those just joining us, welcome. We are currently playing Monifactory. I'm a little scatterbrained today. I was only up for about kind of half hour, 40 minutes before I started the stream today, so I've not fully woken up yet. So bear with me a little bit. You've been adult napped yet again. I mean, see, adult naps. That just makes me think of like I just focus on the word napping then, mostly because I need sleep right now. But welcome. You've started building an AE room. You finally have to do auto crafting. How are you feeling about this? You tend not to do a huge amount of auto crafting. Certainly not to the extent that I tend to do. It always impresses me that you managed to get through so far in the pack without it. Whereas I like to autocraft basically everything. Right, we need a 1 amp EV converter for now. Thank you, Aramano. It's still a long way from being finished, but it's on its way. As you can tell, there's not much of a roof up there. Oh, see, this is the weird thing. Like, I don't normally have the patience to build stuff like this. I start to build it and then it never goes anywhere. But I've kind of taken a slightly different approach to it this time that seemed to have worked really well. Basically, rather than doing bits and pieces of the build, like as I'm going through doing other stuff, I wait and I kind of spend a few weeks progressing through the pack. And then once we get to a reasonably logical stopping point, I'll then stop for a while and then spend a week or so just building. So I'm only ever focusing on building or progression, never trying to do all of it at the same time. Yeah, just don't look up. To be fair, when we get down here, you can't actually see the top of it anyway. It goes out of render distance. So, we could just use that as an excuse. It's just not rendered in yet. That's all. I do have plans for up there, though. Well, I have plans for the very top of it, anyway. You've done in the past, so you can do it again. Oh, I know you have the ability to do it, Siddiq. I know you're more than capable of doing it. Buy a RimWorld of Magic. See you in a month or two, hopefully. And yes, the old not rendered in ploy. Exactly. Every base looks fantastic. Like, you just set your render distance down to 2 chunks, and then just say, oh, the rest of the base just hasn't rendered in yet. And trying to reach point GTNH where you can at least pass it the blocks you want to build with. GTNH is a fun ride. I've only ever made it just up to EV, I think. Just starting to get into EV with GTNH. And then I kind of got sidetracked. The sky is your roof. Exactly. We've just it's just those sky block things, those blocks that kind of emulate the outside sky. Hey, Chloe. The heat itself is not too bad at the minute. It feels more humid than anything at the minute. I feel kind of like sticky and sweaty at the minute, which is horrible. Alright, we need to make a chemical reactor. Which we have everything we need for. That can go in there. I'd have liked to have done this with a multi-block chemical reactor, but... Oh, we haven't got any RAM chips. Okay, right, so we haven't got everything we need. Wait, what do I need? I'm assuming I need the RAM chips for the EV circuits. But the whole point of what we're doing at the moment is so we can get better circuits and easier circuits. But we need the RAM chips, which means we're going to need to set up a recipe for these. Southwest's awful today. Well, make sure you're keeping yourself hydrated, Chloe. Played around 100 hours now. You've just recently gone to your first EBF. Yeah, it's definitely a long journey. GTNH is. And taking it slow is definitely the best way to go with it as well. Right. Where are my... What lenses have I actually got in here? Wait, where is my other, where is my green lens? It's just going to be over here, isn't it? Yeah, so we do have RAM chips. We just, actually, you know what, let's just, rather than set something up for making more of these, because I don't think we're going to need these for too much longer. Rather than setting something up for those, we'll just bring a bunch over to here for now, and then hopefully we won't need them later. Although I would like to double check. Oh no, we're definitely still going to need them later. But then that's also not going to matter as much because we're mostly going to be passiving the circuits anyway, so... Although... It's going to be worthwhile making this, isn't it? It's going to be worthwhile making a recipe for these. So I'm going to need another green lens of some description. Do I have any exquisite emeralds? I do have an exquisite emerald. Perfect. Right. We should just be able to put that through a lathe. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, do I even need the staff of traveling? Oh, I need it for certain ones. Not all of them. Huh. Okay, cool. Right, let's put the emerald through there. And then we get ourselves another emerald lens. We're going to need another... Wait, what tier of cutter have I got in here? It's HV, isn't it? Yeah. If we make another cutter for... Of course, we're missing the red steel. We're going to need a red steel gear. Go mods already updated from favorite list is added and DLC is installed. So has it actually released now? Gears. And then if we put the buzzsaw blade in there, we should be able to get... Oh, wait, I was looking at cutters, wasn't I? It's not a cutter I need, it's a laser engraver. I didn't even need the red steel thing. Oops. Released about... I thought it wasn't supposed to be until about, like, 7 PM your time. That it released. I thought it was later today. Or have they just released it early? Laser engraver is done. The emerald lens is done. I think at this point I should start moving everything up to this into this the main clean room. And I think I am going to switch this out for a button. Alright, so if we do that. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God, is Twitch doing it again? What is going on with Twitch at the minute? There we go. We now got some giant buttons to press. Okay, so what are we going to do about getting the power into here? Now, how am I going to lay all this out? So I think what I'm going to end up doing, because we're going to have some passive processes in here as well. So we're probably going to put those towards the top, and then all of the kind of request crafting stuff towards the bottom. But we're going to have to set this up in such a way that we can power everything and also get the ME cabling to it. So let's see. If we have, so I'd like that to be where the well, the ME cabling will go along the bottom of here. I'm just gonna make a bunch more of those, because we are going to need a lot of covered cables. Yeah, I want to keep a block of space behind here, so that we can get in if we need to do anything kind of like maintenance-wise behind there. So all of the machines, I guess, are going to go along like the front, like at this level. So we'll get rid of that, but then we'll have all of this area. You can't really see this because I'm doing using white on white here, which doesn't help. But if we do that there, we're going to have to do the thing. Yeah, I know what I'm trying to say. We're going to have to do the energy converter there, but how are we going to get energy into the how are we going to get power into the energy converter? I guess it's not going to be too bad if we have the energy converter there and then have the laser node for it to face into it there. That should be fine, and then we can do another one here for the cutters. Yeah, that should work. Is anybody else having issues with Twitch at the moment? And it being a pain in the ass? Okay, so that will go there. That will go there. Oh, the laser engraver will go there. There's actually a little light from the back. It was bad earlier as well. What is going on with Twitch at the moment? They really need to sort their shit out. And then cut to there, cut to there. Then we got the laser node there. That up to there. That up to there. Right, now I've got to remember which block we're on. So minus 644, minus 2841. That will be, I'm guessing it'll be right there-ish. Yeah. Oh, that works out nicely as well. Beautiful. Right, okay, so let's grab that. Connect that to there. And then connect this to there. And we have power. I might need to get some more cutters, actually. And everything has power. And then put the ruby lenses at the back. And those in there. We need to turn all of these to... Oh, wait, how did I do the... How do I do the cutters for this? Ah, right, yeah, I used the pan pits pin. Is there a reason I'm not powering the 4 lasers from the middle one? I have this thing. I don't think I wouldn't go as far as to call it OCD, but I have this thing where my lasers have to be straight. All my laser connections have to be straight or at 45-degree angles. It's a weird thing, I know, but they have to be straight. If you know, if you look at all of my my laser nodes, they are all straight. If they're not, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. It's weird, I know. But no, there's no functional reason. It's not, I don't think it's OCD. I don't feel like OCD isn't just needing things to be neat and tidy and stuff like that. It's more, there's a lot more to it than that. So I wouldn't class it as OCD. It's more just I like things to be neat and tidy. But no, OCD is actually a medical condition that affects a lot of people. And I don't like diminishing that by calling something OCD when it's not. Same with ADHD. I don't like saying at this point that I have ADHD, even though it's highly likely, because it diminishes the struggles of people that do definitely have it. Right, so I don't think we need to worry too much about a lot of this stuff. And get rid of all of this. I will leave these in here for right now, I think, just because let's move them. Let's get everything moved now. Then we can clear out that. Then we can clear out that whole thing. Right, so that will go there. That will go there. We're gonna need another pattern provider. There's no point in doing anything more than a regular pattern provider. Anyway, how is your playthrough going, Samedis? Are you still working on it? Hey, I actually put the right things in the right place. Nice. Makes a nice change. All right, so that is laser engraver. Emerald. Struggling with the complexity of chemical stuff a little, otherwise it's fine. Any bits in particular, or... Okay, they stayed as pattern peer to peer, which is good. Yeah, that's definitely one thing that can slow you down significantly, is a lack of time to play. But then again, it's not going anywhere, so there's no rush for it. No rush to play it, is there? So it's always the best way to approach Greg Tech anyway, is just at your own pace. The more, I think we were talking about this yesterday as well, like the more you try and rush things like this, the more complicated and overwhelming it seems. Okay, there we go. Right. That should allow us to do... What were we making in there? The ILC wafers. Let's just make sure that works. Yeah, still working. Beautiful. Actually, it wouldn't have been the worst idea to upgrade these to EV, would it? Although I don't think I'm going to bother with EV single blocks. Like, once we get to IV, we'll start getting all the multi-blocks. And then the single block ones will just be kind of useless anyway. Yeah, exactly, Semetis. Like, it's generally not worth upgrading to every tier, I find, anyway. So, but yeah, once we get to IV, we start getting to a lot of the various multi-blocks. So, for things like if you're making kind of plates, for example, and I find, does it actually have the because there is like a large material press or something along those lines for making the plates. There's multi-blocks for all of the processing lines, but I can never remember what the names of them are. Large material press, that's the one. Yeah, so once you get to start getting to IV, you can make things like the large material press, which mean that you can, yeah. So once you start getting to IV, which you can add parallel hatches onto them, which means you can run multiple recipes in parallel, and it's just so much nicer. So there's not much point in upgrading to EV between now and then. Also, that's a good point. How are we doing for stainless steel now? Only got 1,300. Let's go and put, while we're not using the EBF, or the EBFs over here, let's go and just put a bunch more stainless steel through. Not that we're going to be needing too much more of it. I think we're done for right now, at least, with the distillation towers. Right, okay, let's get recipes for the RAM wafers. If I can find them. There we go. Oh, we need to start working on the phosphorus doped wafers as well. Right. They don't actually need to be in a clean room, but since we got the rest of the stuff in there, it makes sense to do it. Right, what was I making? Chemical reactor we were making, an EV chemical reactor, which we can now do. So we're currently working on the nano CPU waves. Oh, I need a recipe for liquid glowstone as well. The liquid glowstone, we'll do it using glowstone dust. I'm assuming we don't need an especially high level of extractor for this. I'm pretty sure we've got an HV one. And we are now out of space in the extractor as well. Go and upgrade. I've got to stop jumping on these things because I keep ending up in random places and wondering where the hell I am. Oh, wait, no, I've only got an MV extractor at the moment. Oh, that we might actually want to upgrade to HV. By the way, if any of you bought the DLC but nothing is showing, it's because we quite literally crashed Steam from the big influx of payments. Deltarune, the known solution is to simply restart Steam till it registers. So quite a few people have been looking forward to this DLC then, Guitar then it seems. Right, so what's actually taking the time? Oh, no, then we're done. We're good. We are fine. Right, and then this needs to go into here. Put this on the back of here, I think. Ah, that's awkward. No, what we'll do, we'll put the power on there. And then we can put the laser nodes on the top. And then we'll put the pan provider at the bottom. I have a feeling you're going to be quite quiet today then, Guitar Lilin, as you concentrate on other things. All right, and then stick that on there. And then we've got to name this something. Right, that'll go in there. And then we need this for making these. Actually, you know what else we could probably do with doing today? We could do with making the pattern encoding terminal. And the pattern access terminal. Just so we can combine them with this and we can, no, not with that one actually, but with that, and we can actually make patterns while we're out and about as well without having to come back here. So let's get these made. And then we will... Wait, can I do that with lubricant? And yeah, we'll get this made, and then we can then we'll start working on the wireless terminals. Right, so oh, I need to relabel that, don't I? And I also need to rename that. I'm trying to keep like consistent naming conventions for things, but I keep forgetting what I've done between doing stuff. So like that, we've got that needs to be like that, and that does need to be like that, but it needs to be in square brackets. The square brackets tend to be how I signify like the variant of it. Anyway, right, that should give us everything we need. Do I need to craft? No, I just need to go straight to the chips, don't I? Right, so if we just do that, we are missing CPU wafers as well. I'm assuming the CPU wafers are also passively being made over here. Yes. So we're going to need to make another laser engraver for those, just so we have one where a way that we can actually request craft them as well. Oh, by the way, I did take out the, because we no longer needed the large quantities of fish, I did take out the 2 Guardian data models from here. Is this still going constantly? Oh, shit, I've just realized why. Oh, hell. I've just realized I have been voiding so many materials there. I set the amount to store slightly higher than the storage cell can handle. I didn't realize I only had a 1K storage cell for the pulsating prediction matrices. So for the last stream, at least, that has been voiding pulsating prediction matrices constantly. Whoops. It's not my finest moment. Oh well, never mind. It's not any resources that we need. Right, is the dust is still going. Right, so we need the RAM provider. That is going to go on here. What do we need for the CPU wafer? Light blue, or I'm guessing that's diamond as well, isn't it? I'm going to guess that I do not have an exquisite diamond. But I do have a diamond plate, so that works. So we should just be able to put that through the lathe, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't nicely put a, shit, what are they called? Ah, oh, dang it. Those things, travel anchor in here, because we can't put it in the floor. That sucks. Right, we've got the diamond lens. We're still waiting on that. Oh, right. Yeah, it's going to be waiting on the chromium, because that needs to go through here. This is the downside to putting a bunch of stuff in here manually. We don't actually need it going through, I guess. It's constantly being processed here. It's not super quickly. There we go. Right, we've got the laser engraver. That goes on there. We need vibrant alloy cables. There we go. Okay. Let's do a recipe for CPU wafers. And then CPU chips. Right, and then let's try that again. Make one of those. Perfect. What processes actually need to go through here? What is the bit that's taking the time? Yeah, unsurprisingly, the liquid glowstone. Hmm. Right, what's... Oh, right, yeah. I forgot to do that. Did I set the rest of these up properly? Yes. Okay. How long is this going to take? Is my next question. Ooh. Ouch. That's going to take a minute to go through that. Thankfully, we are going to be passively generating these. We also kind of need to give this thing some power. Apparently, things work better when they have power. Who knew? And it'll be... I'm gonna guess... there? Yeah, it should be 3 blocks in from... yeah, so... there we go. Do not break your clean room, Church. Okay, and then give it some power. There we go. Right. That's going to take a minute to go through, but that's fine. All right. Why am I getting alerts? Oh, it's Foundry. Okay. Right, let's see. We need to make a wireless pattern encoder. Means we need another wireless crafting terminal. Means we need another wireless terminal. I'm assuming we're going to need at least 2 of those, 1 for each of these. And then we'll get the pattern encoding terminal, the pattern access terminal, and then we can do stuff from pretty much wherever we are. It'll be nice. When do we get to the qubit CPUs? A little while, yeah. What's taking the time with this? The plastic printed circuit boards. Wait, why are the plastic printed circuit boards taking a while? Shouldn't that be going through the LCR now? No. Wait, so where are those going then? I'm confused. Where? Do I have another chemical reactor here somewhere? I'm very confused. Where is that plastic printed circuit board coming from? Oh, I do have another chemical reactor here. Oh, okay. So all this lot is getting transferred over to here. The one thing I'm a little unsure about is the sodium potassium. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, cool. There we go. I didn't realize we had 2 chemical reactors over there. Also, that's still not... Why? Oh, because they're not linked anymore, are they? When I broke them, they became unlinked. Whoops. All right, so there we go. That's better. I do love the pattern peer-to-peers, but they are taking a little bit of getting used to. Also, we are definitely losing sodium at the moment. which is not ideal. We might have to add in another electrolyzer to this setup, so we can process the clay dust a little quicker. Because at the minute, we're going to be getting 2 sodium every 9 seconds. And with this, we're using 1 sodium every 3 seconds. So yeah, we're definitely going to be dropping sodium. This should shut off before too much longer, though. I think. Hopefully. Yeah, once we get to... I think we've set it to 32,000 buckets. So once we get another 2,000 buckets of hydrogen, that should shut off. Oh, wrong thing. We go wireless terminal. Wireless crafting terminal. And the wireless pattern encoding terminal. So if we combine that with that, we should now be able to switch to pattern encoding in there. No shit! Does anyone... Oh, you muppet. Does anybody know if you can uncombine terminals? I linked it to the wrong one. Hold on, can I just switch this over by... This was the one I was meant to link it to. Can I just switch this over by changing the entangled singularity? And this might break everything. I think I'd need to... Oh, yeah, this has broken everything. Oh, God. This is fine. And I think that one needs to go into there. No. No, okay. Oh, I have absolutely broken this. Okay, that's working now. That one won't be. Okay. This is fine. We can fix this. I just need to go and grab that wireless access point again. Which we shouldn't need on here, I don't think. No, we don't need the wireless access point on here. That's good. Can't believe I did that. Actually, I can 100% believe I did that. Right, now we need to link that to there. And put that into there. There we go. Right, everything is right with the world again. Although I am going to put this away for a moment while I'm doing the rest of these wireless terminals, because otherwise I'm going to end up doing the exact same thing again. Wait, no, everything is not right with the world. This is still the... I've still got them in the wrong places. This is the one that's supposed to have the storage drives in it, which is going to be that one. Because we want the storage drives don't need to have the pattern access terminal on them. So this is the storage drives one. So this needs to be linked to here. And then that needs to go into there. Okay, right, that's good. That needs to be renamed. Which we're actually going to go and do over here. And we'll unname that one. We've got to break that again. And we'll put that back on there. Storage drives, that can go away in there for a second. That needs to link to there. And then that needs to go into there. And now everything should be right. Perfect. Right, now everything's back to normal. Let's make the extended pattern access terminal. Right, these should be a whole lot quicker to make now as well. Theoretically. Well, a part of them will be, at least. And now we just need wireless receiver, which the emitter taking a while. We should have our nano CPU chips now, though. There we go. An access terminal. Wait, why is that opening? Okay, that was opening on the pattern encoding terminal for some reason. Anyway, right, that's fine. That's working. That is doing exactly what it is supposed to do. All right, cool. So we now have all the wireless pattern terminals we need. All right, and then we should have our nano CPU chips, which will complete that quest for us. And then with that, we can start making the third and final tier 3 circuits. These are the bits that are going to be a little tricky to do. So I've been trying to keep all of my my passive circuit creation stuff in one area and on one network, one sub network. But since some of it requires a clean room, it's a little more tricky to do. However, we do actually have a spare clean room now, don't we? So we could quite easily move and probably make a little smaller, the clean room that we've got over there, over to here. And then still have all of the circuits passively created in these two chunks, which was my intention. So yes, I think we're going to do that. Means I'm going to have to move this lot. Although the do I want to do that? Do I want to do it that way? I think I kind of do. Because we want to be able to passive these. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I think I am going to move this clean room. Hey, Freefall. How you doing? If we get rid of that, and we get rid of that, we'll move this up. Yeah, I'll move this upstairs. And that will go there. That will go there. That will go there. And we can grab that. And grab those. What was that other thing we've got there? Oh, wait, why have I got an MV circuit assembler in there? We don't need that anymore. Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, and then we'll have the assembler. Power in there. No, it doesn't look like keeping the door open matters. Just from an aesthetic standpoint, I just quite like having it so we can open and close it. We actually move these, don't we? These need to go on the back. But yeah, the clean room is actually like properly ready for use now. It's currently in use. We're actually going to be moving this clean room over to where the circuits are, so we can continue to passively craft. From there. Alright, so we're not going to be bothering with the circuit assembler MV because we really don't need it. I don't know why that was still in there to begin with. We do want the assembler there, though. I would actually be tempted to upgrade the assembler to EV. Actually, could I make an EV assembler? If we can, I think that's worthwhile. We should be able to do that. We've got the circuit assembler already. Actually, let's set up both of these. Since we have the circuit assembler now. Although with the circuit assembler, that's going to be... That might need to go in the clean room in for like the passive creation of the circuits. Maybe. All right, so those are going to go on there. At least we know at least one of those is directly in the center, so it's it's directly in the center, but I don't actually know where it's going to need to go. I think, It should be there that it needs to go, right? It'll be directly... that should be directly above... or directly below, rather. That. That does appear to be straight, so perfect. It would be nice to have something like that, although it could be a little bit OP depending on how it was used and what its actual functionality was, I guess. But in situations like this, yes, it would definitely be nice. Right, these are actually going to get... Oh, I actually didn't realize I was doing that at the moment. Tribble, thank you for the hydrates. How you doing, man? Okay. That's not actually pushing out, is it? Yeah, we'll upgrade those to both to EV, I think. Oh, actually, no, wait, were we going to do that? Like, this we're definitely upgrading to EV. Okay, hope you're not melting too much. I'm not too bad at the moment. I am definitely melting a little bit. But it could be considerably worse. Right, we're actually going to remove that and remove that. And replace them with that and that. Okay, so... Right, what do we need to do now then? Right, we wanted to make these, we basically need to passive these, so we are going to need the clean room over there. Yeah, we're going to need a clean room over there. I don't know how big of a clean room we're going to need for all the circuit stuff. We will find out soon enough. And we're obviously going to have to wait for it to clean itself as well. Oh, and we also need... Where did I get a slime ball from? There's random slime balls appearing in my inventory. I think we're basically just going to fit this whole thing that we've got here. We're just going to basically relocate the entire thing. Right, we should be able to do the rest of this with a cat. If we can get to Tungsten today as well, we should be able to, or hopefully we'll be able to make it to the Omni Breaker, which will make this considerably quicker. Now we can also start thinking about setting up distillation for various airs. Since that was this is where, like this little area here, this chunk here was where all that was supposed to go. But now that it's free, should be able to consider doing that. Although I do need to double check a few things and make sure that we are going to have enough space vertically for it. I think we will, but I'm not 100% certain. I wonder if it's worth going to find netherite. Like, how much faster is a netherite pickaxe than a diamond pickaxe? Anybody know? Like, is it worth going to see if I can find get some netherite for it to upgrade this? Probably not, honestly, if we get into the Omnibreaker soon. Right, we can get rid of all this for now as well. Oh, I still need to redo all the ME cabling in this area as well. Okay, so we got all of that. We need a bit. Do I have any in my backpack? It looks like it. Although not enough. There we go, right. Everything is as it should be. Mostly. That's still a mess, but we'll fix that up. Right, so we're gonna put this in. Does anybody remember how... Oh god, does anybody remember how big that clean room we had was? Was it 9 by 9 or 7 by 7? I think it was 7 by 7 on the inside, wasn't it? So 9 by 9. I'm pretty sure it was 7 by 7 on, like, was that inside or outside Tribble? 'Cause I think it was 7 by 7 inside. 7 by 7 inside. Okay, right. So yeah, so 9, so this should be fine. Yes, I'm aware there's a Stream Deck update available. Stop telling me. Ah, yeah, because it was 7 by 7 was yeah, 7 by 7 would have been 49 minus the one for the actual clean room block controller block itself. So yeah, that makes sense. Oh, right. So definitely not worth doing then. 3 full. I think this is going to be massively overkill, size-wise, for just the circuit area, but I don't know exactly how much we're going to need before we get to the self-cleaning multi-blocks. Um, I might have messed the height up because I've ran out of... I think I must have done this just 5 blocks high inside rather than 7. This does feel a little bit taller than it was before. Speaking of efficiency enchants, we've only got efficiency 4 on this pickaxe at the moment, so might be worth trying to improve that. This still isn't right. Or I've lost some plascrete somewhere. Not any down here or anything, is there? No. Yeah, this still isn't right. How big did I fucking make this thing? Well, that's the thing. I've literally just shrunk it down to make it smaller. To the point that I thought it was. Because normally I do everything in uneven numbers, generally. But what we would also have had was... I'm two pieces of plascrete short. Which doesn't make sense for anything here. Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. To own... Oh, no, of course it does make sense. Because we still need to have the hull in here for inserting, for bringing in the ME cable. And we still need the thing in here for the power as well. But that does actually make sense. Yeah, you were right, Freefall. That is what we were missing. I think we can just put this... no, we can't really put it in the center, can we? Oh, no, we can. We can, actually, in this. Not going to interfere with anything. Sure, at least it shouldn't do. I am now stuck under here, though. One goes there, one goes there, and then... I'm going to replace this with a... auto maintenance hatch. Ah, right. Right, so that should be the center. I'm kind of regretting how much glass I put in this one about now. Right. Maintenance hatch. And door. Only it's not formed. Why have you not formed? What did I miss? I have a feeling this can't be the power. Yeah. I don't know why the bottom center block can't be like, it seems like it has to be plascrete, but there we go. Okay. So we need to bring covered cables over. Hopefully we got enough red dye in here. Okay. And then that needs to be there. That's going to be too far, isn't it, to connect those? Right? God damn it. Only just, though. How short are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 1 block short. All right, and then we need you in there. All right, now we're going to have to wait for that to clean itself. Because hopefully it's working now. It is indeed. Shouldn't take too long, though. Hopefully. But there we go. Right, that is a clean room set up and ready for circuit assembly. You can access the GUI from above, yeah. Right. Okay. So basically what we're wanting to do is switch. Actually, speaking of which, we are going to have to stop the passive generation of these. Because we don't need any more of these being made. Since we're switching over to the better recipes. Becky, thank you for the hydrates and the posture check. How's Becky today? Right. And Em as well. Everybody coming in now. How are you doing, Em? You're green. Yeah, why are you green? You were white a minute ago. Now you're green. Oh, it's a little on the warm side. And you are not wrong. Hopefully you're keeping yourself hydrated as well, Em. And everyone else who is well, just everyone else. Doesn't matter if you're in a hot climate or not. That is more like you, Becky, yes. That is more you. I don't know why you were green, though. Twitch has been really weird today. Apparently, a lot of people have been having, like, buffering issues. And now it's randomly changing your color. How dare it? Yeah, it does that. I think when the background darkens, the text gets lighter for some reason. It's weird. Not entirely sure why it does it. I got you, Becky. Fair enough. Did it confuse the streamer? Alright, so nano processors. We need to make sure we have all of these things available. Yeah, that would make sense, Freefall, yeah. All right, so we've got resistors, capacitors, transistors, and inductors. And we need resistors, capacitors, and transistors. Perfect. We need fine electrum wire, which we've already got. And then we just need to be passively generating the nano CPU chips and the epoxy printed circuit boards. So we just need these things being passively generated now over here. So we're going to have to do that in here. So nano CPU chips first, which means we are going to need to make another cutter and another laser engraver. Do these need to be so the yes. Oh wait, no, we're gonna have a CPU wafers over here anyway. Or the oh no, we're not gonna have the CPU wafers. We've just got the CPU chips. Dang it. Okay, so we are gonna need another laser engraver for that. Ooh. Do I need that? I feel like if we set this to... I'm trying to think if there's a way we can just utilize this one for making it. I think I would prefer to have them separate anyway. And we should be able to use this laser engraver, and then all we'll do is we'll just add this onto the top of here. Hopefully we have enough power to do that. We probably don't. Oh, was it you, Jess, that they were confusing? All right. How do I want to do this? Hadn't made yourself known by that. Okay. Okay, how the fuck are we going to do this? Because I'm only going to put the stuff in the clean room that needs to be in the clean room, because there's not a ton of space in there. So I guess we'll just set these up elsewhere. Right, so for the RAM wafers, 120 EU. So yeah, these are all going to be roughly 1 amp, aren't they? Yeah. So we're going to have to do this a little bit differently. So I guess we'll just put these over here. The laser engraver there can just make the... what else do we need? Storage drawer. Which we need framed storage drawers. Or drained, apparently. And these are... Wait, we used quartz, didn't we? Or quartz blocks, rather. Hey, quiet. How you doing? Wait, what do you mean green is not a creative color? Half of my base is green, Becky. What are you saying about my base? And life, how you doing? I feel like my base is being called out by Becky here. Right, why can I never remember how this works? It's that way. All right, and then I guess we're gonna need an extractor as well, aren't we? Which we already have. Perfect. And then a fluid drawer. But Quiet, I'm kind of surprised you're here, Quiet, and not playing RimWorld. Right, we need 4 amp MV converter. We need energetic alloy cables. Right, and we need more lasers. Right, give that some power. You've been too wrapped up in Warframe. Also just got home. Have you been back at work today then? Right, and we need an interface here. We're going to need to make a few more things available to this network. Good, just been waiting for your doctor's appointment, and thankfully it's telehealth, so you can just watch till then. Ah, nice. Is this because of the fibro flare-up? Where is my color applicator? Right where I left it for once. Right, and then hook that up to there. We are also... why are my ears suddenly ringing? The fuck? Right, we need to be able to see glowstone in here as well. Wait, what else are we going to need? Nothing else at this point, I don't think. Oh, epoxy. We're going to need epoxy to be able to see epoxy through here as well. Where is my hole? I'm scheduled for a bit of a shorter shift because you've been overstaffed. That's good at least, right? Like less time there. All right, what do we need for the CPU wafer? We need another diamond lens. So we need to see silicon wafers. Oh, we need the downgrades as well, don't we? Because we don't need to store a lot in these. I wanted the downgrades, and have we got any of the... Oh, I haven't got any of the bronze upgrades, or the... Yeah, I haven't got any of the bronze upgrades. What the hell? Just like, perhaps talk to her, because last week you went to the ER room. She started having terrible symptoms from a dosage increase. Oh. Well, hopefully you're doing okay. And hopefully everything's okay. Do I need to increase storage on that? Or lower storage on that? Nah, I don't think it's going to make too much difference. We should have glowstone coming in constantly anyway, so that'll be fine. We are short on item cards, though. Okay, so what else do we need to put in here? So the wafers need to go into there, which we can't actually do anything with yet. I still need my diamond lens. You know what? I don't actually need this here. We just need the extractor here because I think I can reorganize this. I don't think there's much point in doing it the other way. So all we need to do is, rather than pushing that out to the bottom, we just auto output to there instead. And then bring CPU wafers into there. Link all of this. Where the hell is the draw controller? There it is. Right, link all of this. Wait, does that? Oh, I'm going to need to extend the range of this controller as well. Link all of that to there. That will output the CPU wafers. We just need more item cards. Feel better now, but your BP got up to 147 over 105. I actually don't know what a normal BP is, so I know very little about health-related things. Right, I'll put a counting filter on there. CPU wafers. Nope, click the right thing, Church. There we go. God damn, these are slow. Thankfully, that's not going to matter because making these are even slower. Right, this takes 45 seconds. These take 60 seconds. So that's fine. That means we can get rid of that. We don't need that laser engraver now. Hopefully we can anyway. Let me go and charge this up quickly. Okay, right, so the other things that we need for this is going to be sorting out the liquid glowstone. What color does that need to be? That needs to be purple. Right, that is going to sort out liquid glowstone. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And we just push that out to the side. Usually this is around 90 over 75. So far, lives extremely. Ooh. I'm glad you're feeling better now, at least. That's definitely a good thing. I have realized, though, that this is actually going to be a bit of a problem. Because some of the stuff we need to do in a minute, we can't actually do with MV power, like the raw carbon fibers. Because we're going to be doing these with epoxy. So we're actually going to have to do 1 amp converters for things, I think. Ugh, okay. We only need HV for that. So we could do a 1 amp HV converter. The good thing, I guess, about doing single amp converters as well is that we can change stuff around easier later on. So we need... Wait, what am I making for this? Autoclave. Which we, of course, don't have a recipe for. Can I make a recipe for an HV autoclave? Yes, I can. Perfect. And we are going to need another framed drawer. With concrete and quartz. That will go down there. Oh, right, yeah, we also needed to upgrade... Wait, can I upgrade these at all yet? I can make them to stainless steel, which will increase the controller radius significantly. Just need to make double gold plates. And then we can use these to... Why will you not let me open the GUI? Is it because I'm flying? Yes. If we do that, that should bring this far enough over... Oh, yeah, that gives us plenty of space. Okay, cool. So if we link that and we link that... And then we lock that and that. I'm going to have to get rid of these. And that's not going to be needed anymore. And that will get put into there. And then we're going to, I guess we're going to have to do the energy lasers at the side there. I guess we could do them on the back, that side as well. I think this is going to be easier. And then we need 1 amp converter there. More lasers. Our autoclave. And it's going to be here. All right, then we just got to give these things power again. I'm going to need some more energy cards as well. Actually, let's make some more now. Just to be on the safe side. So they're ready when we need them. Right, that's got power. That's got power. What do we need to send out to here? We don't need to send those out anymore. So we need carbon dust and epoxy. How are we doing for epoxy now, actually? 322 buckets. I've got it set to shut off at, I think 512 buckets. Should shut off. Oh, actually, I do want to double check on everything over here. Oh, yeah, we're doing fine for phenol now as well. And hydrogen. And acetone. I was wondering how we got over 512 buckets of acetone, but it's because we've got some passively generating, as well as the well, passively generating through distillation. That would make sense. Okay, right. So we've got to output to there. I do need a downgrade. And one of those. And if we send... We'll use counting filters for this. Actually, can I make more counting filters? Yes, good. Okay. Right, so what do we actually need for the recipe? 9 mil buckets of epoxy and 4 carbon dust. So if we do enough for like 2 recipes in here. Just so it's always got something in there. Or let's do 3. And then epoxy was 9 millibuckets, right? So it'll be what? Fuck's sake. Too far. We need to take it down to what? 27? And then extract from there. The one thing that I, for some reason, always forget to do is change that to... so change that to extract. Okay, there we go. That is carbon fibers. Right, so from there... we should be able to make the nano CPU wafers now. We need to do these in the clean room. So we need the EV chemical reactor. We have to make another EV chemical reactor, I guess. Because I'd like to keep the one that we have, that we already made, that we're using for kind of request crafting. I'd like to keep that in there just in case. In the clean room, or the other clean room. Bring this around here. Right, we'll grab the EV converter. We'll start over this side. The EV converter can go there. Chemical reactor can go there. How are we going to do this? Actually, that's a good point. How am I going to do this? Because we need to be able to... We don't want this to be constantly filled with stuff. We only want to put like a certain amount in here. So I guess what we have to do is we don't need the actual nano CPU wafers at all right now, do we? We just need to put them straight into a cutter, of which we're going to probably do an HV one. Now, if you need to go and take a nap or anything like that, quiet, feel free. Just do what you need to do to make sure you're okay. I will always say the same thing. Take care of you first. Right, and 1 amp HV converter. And then that will go there. Cutter will go there. This will output to the sides. Although, actually, I think I'm going to do that with a robot arm. Again, just so we don't keep too much stuff in here. And then we're going to need a framed... Actually, we're going to need one of those as well. We're going to need a framed drawer. Why do I keep calling them drained drawers? I need some quartz. I can't type for shit today, apparently. I don't know what's going on with me. Actually going to lay down for a bit and try and stretch your back. It sounds like a good plan. Right, so we need concrete. That will push down into there. There's a couple of other things I need to make recipe-wise. If we make recipe for these. Nope, wrong one. Make a recipe for all of the storage upgrades up to this point. That would be useful. And the storage downgrades as well. And then we can do the stainless steel ones now too. Not that we're ever really going to be needing these all that much, since we're not using a great deal in the way of functional storage. Right, pattern providers. And then we need to downgrade. I've just realized that I don't actually have drawers auto-craftable yet. So I'm going to have to switch out some of the patterns that I just did. Or more accurately, just the first one, I think. Yeah, it's trying to use spruce drawers. I also keep forgetting that I can just... There we go. I can just kind of switch between the things now. It always takes... Whenever I get something new, like the additional wireless terminals, I always forget about them for at least a little while. Before I start remembering them consistently. I'm still trying to remember that I've actually got the staff for traveling. There we go. Right. All right. No worries, life. I hope the appointment goes well. Right. Okay. So, how am I going to do this? I think actually what I'm going to have to do is move these onto the top. One interface down below there. Oh, and also move the output to the top. Then if we put an interface there, then we can pipe in everything that we need to into there. We'll need to have laser nodes there in order to get power up, which actually, let's do that now. They will go there, I think. All right, and we hook that up to there. those up to there and there. Right, we have power. Right, what do I need? Energy cards. Right, one thing I do want to check, right, these take 60 seconds to craft. How long do they take to cut? 67.5. I could probably have done with an EV one of these, but I don't think it matters too much. Right, okay, let's sort this out. We only want to be putting, like, a few things into here at any given time. We don't want everything in there. I think I'm just going to put one set of recipes into this at any given time. I do need counting filters for that, though. All right, so we want to have just one CPU wafer and 16 raw carbon fibers. So just have that in there at any given time. But we do only want this to work. We don't want to like stack up like 64 of these things in here either. We want it to stop when there is over a certain amount of them. So if we set this to only work on a low signal on there, and then we also add in a sensor card and check for nano CPU wafers. So whenever there is more than, say, 8 of those in there, actually, we'll set it to 2 to start with, and we'll turn off the output. For now. That shouldn't output from there. And we'll set that on orange. And then we need to insert fluids into here. And it's not one bucket of liquid glowstone, is it? Wait, no, we don't. 576 millibuckets of liquid glowstone. Although whether there's a bucket or 576 millibuckets doesn't really matter with the liquid glowstone. We should have plenty of it anyway. So it shouldn't be an issue. And then we just need to extract items and fluids from here. That works a whole lot better if you actually allow it to see the items and fluids. 16 of those. There we go. Right, we just need to make sure this actually works how I hope. Actually, if we just change this sensor to just 1 in there. So when it gets one of these in here, it should stop inserting any more items. Basically, just so we don't kind of like back up with stuff that doesn't need to be there. And use up resources that don't need to be used. I might need to take an early break today. I'm starting to get a bit of a headache. Bloody weather. I thought it actually started to cool down a little bit before I started streaming again. It actually started to cool down a little bit. Right, this will probably put the glowstone in, but it shouldn't put the items in when it finishes. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's what we want. Although we don't want it set to 1, we want to keep like 8 in there. And then those will get yeah, we wanted a robot arm for that, didn't we? An LV one will do. With an item filter. So we want this to keep exactly... if we just say... like exactly 4 of those in there. Oh, we're also going to need a pump. Actually, have I got regulators craftable at all? ULV regulators should probably be fine for this. Not that I think we need to worry too much about it, but... and if we grab fluid filter... and then put liquid glowstone in there... I never know which way I need to... how I need to click with this. Okay, yeah, so we set it to 576 millibuckets in there. Set it to imports. That doesn't need to be liquid glowstone. That needs to be fucking... oh, you muppet. That needs to be lubricant. God dang it. Idiot. Alright. And the liquid glowstone is just going to have to be trashed. That's fine. Okay, so... that should now be making... nano CPU chips for us. Then we just got to do the epoxy printed circuit boards. And then we should be okay. Eventually. Oh wait, no, that's taking 45 seconds. Oh, right, so we're using lubricant, aren't we? Folks, coming in with the 6-month resub there. Thank you so much, man. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How you doing, folks? And as always, what is your IGN? Because I have a memory like a sieve and can't actually remember. How you doing? Fuck it, that's the one. Actually, that's one that I really feel like I should remember. There you go, next to lobby. How you been, though? Hopefully you are well. Hopefully you're not melting like I am at the moment. And everyone else in the UK. Right, there we go. We now have nano CPU chips. Which I would actually like to... Come on, there we go. Thank you. You're doing as best you can. You're blessed with aircon, so chilling. I may be a little bit jealous. Right, what do I need? A terminal. Just so we can see what we have in this this subnetwork. And so we can see what this subnetwork will see. Right, I need cable anchors. Why do I never have cable anchors? And why can I not find the cable anchors? Oh god, I can't find the cable anchors. Oh well. Easy enough to make them. There we go. That's better. All right, we want to make one of those. I'll cover that over. There we go. Now we can see what's actually available in here. So we haven't got the nano CPU or the nano chips hooked up to here yet. Now we should be able to see them. Yeah, there they are. They are slow, but they are working. They are incredibly slow, in fact. 45 seconds for 8 of them, but that is should actually be more than fast enough. Right, okay. So, for these, the last thing we've got to do is the epoxy printed circuit boards, and then we have everything we need in order to make the nano processors. The epoxy printed circuit boards, actually don't need to be in a clean room. Oh, that surprises me. Pleasantly surprises me, but surprises me. Okay then, so where are we going to do the epoxy printed circuit board? Where are we going to set these up? First things first, we need to do the epoxy sheets. Have I done them here? Oh, right, PVC sheets we were already making. I feel like we actually need to do passive the epoxy sheets as well. Do we need the epoxy sheets anywhere else? Or is it literally just for this? It's literally just for this. So let's not passive them outside of the circuit production. I guess we can fit them. We should be able to fit it in here, shouldn't we? We need to do the epoxy sheets. Gold foil. We're just going to need 2 chemical reactors, aren't we? Do we need a particular tier for this? No. So we may as well just do MV chemical reactors for this. Depending on how long they're going to take. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. How long are these taking? 25, 30. Yeah, that should be fine, honestly. For a passive process, that should be fine. So if we put this there, and then we're going to need another framed drawer. Ooh. Hold up. Oh, I'm assuming the framing templates. I'm assuming they still use up the materials. Because that was one of the things I quite liked in Monifactory, was that they had you were able to frame drawers without having to use up the materials. Right, we've got an interface in there. All right, and then we need... What are we going to need? We're going to need a fluid solidifier. Actually, let's see how much power this is going to take. So 120 EU. Wait, no. We're going to be using the solidifier, aren't we? 28 EU for the solidifier. Hang on, let me get a calculator out. I'm going to actually keep track of this. 28 EU for epoxy resin, gold foil. We'll need a bender, which will also be at MV. For 96 EU. Sulfuric acid doesn't really matter. And that's going to be another 120 EU. It's actually going to be quicker than I thought it'd be because I was looking at the LV, the recipe in LV. We could do these in LCRs, honestly, but I don't think it matters for this too much, at least not yet. We will likely need to switch them over later. And then with this, you need another 120 EU. So yeah, just a 4 amp MV converter should be plenty for doing all of this, which we have. Energetic alloy cables. If we do start like really running short on things, then we'll oh wait, I might have missed one for the electrum foil as well, but that's not going to be enough to put it over 4 amps. No, not even close. All right. So we're going to need 2 benders for making... Wait, actually, do we have any of these foils already? We do not. Okay, that's fine. Right, so we need 2 benders for making the electrum foil and the gold foil. If we get... I haven't got a recipe for those either. Strange, but okay. All right, and we'll do another one of those. And then we need a fluid solidifier, which we also don't have a recipe for. I've just realized, am I using... Ah, no. I'm using the wrong circuits for it. I'm supposed to be using the circuits, have I done this for any others? I'm supposed to be using the like the universal circuits. I hope I haven't done this for any others. So that's actually going to have to be changed. That's using the universal circuits. That's not. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through and make sure I've actually done all these properly. I don't think I want to do that right now, but we are going to have to do it soon. All right. Right, we have our 2 benders, and we just need the fluid solidifier, which we haven't done the recipe for yet either. Right, so fluid solidifier. What I think I want to... What might help with this is... if we set this on a higher priority. And then if we... No, that didn't make a difference. So it doesn't, when it selects recipes, it doesn't seem to take into account priority of PAM providers. That's a little annoying. So I just need to make sure I remember to do this each time. And make sure I check to see if it's using the universal ones. Right, and fluid solidifier. Oh, we're also going to need a plate mold as well, aren't we? Which we have. Perfect. If we just do that, and then we're going to need one more of these. And I've just realized that I haven't been attaching any of these to the cables. Well done, me. Let's hope the something new helps. All right, and give it some power. Come on, get in the hole. I will keep my fingers crossed. Right, okay, so what do we need to output to this? Obviously, sodium persulfate needs to get output to this. Electrum needs to be output to here. I'm pretty sure we're making electrum passively. Gold needs to be output to here. And sulfuric acid needs to be output to here. If we do sulfuric acid, sodium sulfate, these are obviously not going to do anything just yet because we don't have... oh, wait, hold on. We need epoxy as well. Yes, we haven't actually hooked this up yet. All right. This also needs to see gold. We are starting to run out of space in here again. Oh, right, I forgot I had that. I set up a trapdoor so I could do stuff like this before. I actually completely forgot about that. Okay. Right, everything is there. That needs that in there. We need lasers. I'm always running out of lasers. Mostly because I've used a ridiculous amount of them, but... Hey, Richard, how you doing? Whoa! I did not mean to do that. Fuck off. That's not what I wanted. How you doing, Ridger? I hope you're good. You doing good? Glad to hear it. Alright, we need... we're going to use counting filters on this as well, because again, we don't want to store a ridiculous amount, especially since epoxy is something that we haven't got a ton of. So if we only ever keep like a single bucket of epoxy in there at any given time, and we'll also set this up with a sensor on it. For epoxy sheets, and we'll emit a redstone signal whenever there is more than, say, 16 of them. So that will stop that outputting to there whenever there is more than 16. Right, these two need to be foils, don't they? Which is circuit 3? Circuit 10. Oh, circuit 3 then. Anyway, right. We need these to be... One of them needs to be gold. One of them needs to be electrum. We've got plenty of gold and electrum, so that's not actually going to matter if that just fills up with 64 of them. That should be fine. Although there's no point in putting more into there than we need to at any given time either, so. If we do that. Make sure that's working. What I might need to do, though, is speed this up ever so slightly. And then we'll do this as well. And we'll speed that up too. Yeah, that's making the epoxy sheets. So hopefully that should stop once we get like 16 in there, I think I set it to. And then it will keep going until it runs through the one bucket there. Yeah, perfect. Run out of storage? Not even close. How you doing, Tyler? How am I doing? I am mostly doing melty. I feel like I'm melting at the minute. They're pretty much the usual for the UK at the minute. It is definitely toasty over here, yes. Right, and we need to insert into here. Epoxy sheets and gold foil. Want you to do 2 recipes worth into there. So epoxy sheets and gold foil will go into there. Plus, we also need sulfuric acids. Go, and then we need to be extracting from these on orange as well. There you go, that'll start making the circuit boards. And then we just need to send the electrum foil, the circuit boards, and sodium persulfate out to here. Oh, I also need to... Actually, you know what? We're going to keep this going until we've got 2,000 of them, of the circuit boards, I think. It's going to be worthwhile. We need that, and we need that. That also needs to extract on orange. And then we also need to insert into here sodium persulfates. And there we go. How hot is it? At the minute, 30, well, where I'm currently sat, 34.5 degrees Celsius. And there we go. We have passive epoxy printed circuit boards. Beautiful. Right. So with that, we should be able to passive EV circuit boards as well now. I think. So we should be able to make these. Although not with that recipe. Or that recipe. This recipe. We should be able to passive these as well now. Which is going to be nice. Right, okay, let's see. I'm going to have to set up, I think, some storage cells for each of the various circuits. I'll only set them up in storage cells once we get to like the final tiers of the storage cells. I won't bother with the kind of interim tiers. So the HV ones we can now set them up for, and we can do them for both the MV and the HV, MV, and LV as well. So if we do those three, we'll just do 1K storage drives. Those should give us, we're never gonna, well, we're unlikely to ever be storing more than 8,000 circuits at any given time. And if we do, we can always upgrade them anyway. It would actually be really nice if there was a way that you could upgrade storage cells like in place. So if you'd like, say you had a 1K storage cell, if you right clicked or if you just combined it in a crafting terminal with a 4K storage cell, it would transfer everything into the 4K storage cell, to convert it to a 4K storage cell and give you back the 1K one, if that makes sense. So that and that are both the final tiers, I believe, anyway. Yeah, I feel like there is something like that, and I'm just kind of forgetting about it. All right, so those are LV circuits. Those are MV circuits. That's microprocessors, and then microprocessors. And then eventually, once we've actually got it set up, we are going to have the nano processors as well. Actually, I think I might add to these. No, that's fine. It's fine. Right. We can now take that out of there again. Now we have all of that storage. We'll probably keep using the HV circuits until we are... All right, that's going to start making more circuits, isn't it? We'll probably keep using the HV circuits that we've got until they run out, and then we'll switch over to using the other ones at that point. But we do need to get the HV ones sorted. We do have a circuit assembler ready for this. And we just need an EV converter. Right, the next thing is, how are we going to set this up? How are we going to make this work? That will go there. And then we'll have the circuit assembler on the top there. Now, the only thing is, we are going to need to output several things to this. So I need to be able to output everything that we need. So my original plan was going to be to just put an interface underneath and use a robot arm to pull everything that needs to be pulled into here. But then we don't get the fluid in there as well. So we need a way to get the fluid in there too. So I guess we'd also have to have another interface somewhere else. Or a way that we can get to another interface somewhere else. Actually, you know what? Let's just move this over to the side by a block. Nope, wrong thing. Just move this over to the side by a block. And then we'll have a robot arm on the bottom of this. This will output all of the items that need to go into the nano processor. And it will also output the liquid tin. And then we'll just use a laser node there, and then another one on the top to pipe in the liquid tin, since we can't use robot arms to insert both fluids and... We can't insert both fluids and items on the same side with GT machines. We'll do that. Where's my laser? There it is. If we do that. And then that. Right, so we output liquid tin, which we should have in here. Yep, perfect. We output liquid tin to there. This way, as we add more circuit assemblers in here for higher tier circuits and passiving those, we can just add the liquid tin into those from here as well. Otherwise, I would have just put a laser next to it. It's just kind of future-proofing, I guess. There you go, that's got a liquid tin. We're going to need a robot arm. Just an LV one should be fine. Oh, shit. You know what I haven't thought about? Ooh. Oh, no, we can... Ah, no. What I haven't thought about is we still need to be able to turn this off once we get to a certain amount of them. I'm going to have to redo this. Because as it stands right now, we've got no way of turning this off. No, there are redstone covers, but it's just getting the signal into it. And getting the emitter to be able to feed the signal into it. Because as it stands right now, with it set up like this, if we want to add another thing next to here, then we've got no way of getting that redstone signal in there. Because we still need to have lasers on top of here in order to... Or should I say, there's no way to set it up like that where we can easily reconfigure how much we're storing, if that makes sense. There's not an easy way to do it. It looks ugly as hell, though, if it goes on the front face, Furious. I refuse to make it look that ugly. Especially when there's going to be other ways of doing it. Flat interface won't make a difference, Samedis. The interface is, like, if we use a flat interface, then you've still got no side to put the emitter into. It wouldn't make a difference. An easier way to do this would probably be to have, rather than have the circuit assemblers going left to right, we have them going vertically. And we have this set up. How would we set this up, though? Where would we put the actual energy converters? I kind of want to put the energy converters there, to that side. And then we can have lasers to connect to the energy converters going up here. Again, it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be incredibly cramped. But then we can have this setup here with... Actually, can we quartz block? But the interface energy... that's... Unfortunately, that means that we could do it that way, but it will only work for a single one of these. It won't work for everything. It won't work if we add more on top of it. Which is the whole point of this is that we can... is so that we can make this... Actually, I think I'm going to move all this over by a block as well. So that we can... No! No! Oh, I broke my clean room. God damn it. Alright, well, we're not going to be doing anything for a little while. Ah, shit. I broke my clean room. Damn it, Tribble. Yeah, the reason I'm kind of doing this the way I am is because I want to make this kind of future-proofed if we add, because we're eventually, like, before too long, we're going to want to add EV circuits into here to be passively generated, which means we're going to have to add more on top of this, so I want to make it so we can do all of it in one space without having to mess around too much. I think this is how we're going to do it. And then if we put a block of quartz behind that there, when that powers, that should turn that off when we put a cover on it. And then we can have power going up there, and we can still get around to that to add to it or reconfigure things around there. And then that can pull in from there, and we can still see to the back to change how many things we want to store of these. And then it'll be the same like as we add more onto the top of it. Can't believe I broke my fucking clean room. It's already back to 50% clean anyway, so it's not too bad, but still. That's annoying. Alright. We need a robot arm. Oh, wait. No. Oh, this isn't going to work either. I'm going to have to... Shit. Because we still can't get the... We still can't get the fluids into here. How did I do it out here? We have power at the back. Oh, right. I set it up so... Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. I set it up so that we had a space in between them, so we had more space to do this. Why was I doing that? Oh, right, right. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to set it up the same way I've got it over there then. Right, let's try not to break... I almost did it again. Let's try not to break the clean room, church. Hey, we've already destroyed the clean room once. We don't want to do. We don't need anybody farting in here and doing it again. Thank you very much, Banana. How are you doing? Right. So if we have, but this isn't going to work like the same way that we've got it out there either, unless we lift this up by a block and have it off the floor, which I didn't really want to do, although I normally do. Because we still need to... Actually, this can go one block further over as well, can't it? It can go over to there. Clean rooms are so cramped. Right, we'll just have to do this. Alright, we shouldn't... Honestly, we shouldn't need any more than, like... We've got space for 3 more circuits types on top of here, should we need it. We should not need that. We absolutely should not need that. All good, but a tad warm. Yeah, I can very much relate to that. I'm also a touch on the warm side. Yeah, if we have it like this as well, that we can also do it in such a way that we can add a second way of shutting these off, should we need to. Because I think the reason I have 2 things shutting this off was because this wasn't the highest tier of HV circuits. We needed to make sure we always had over a certain amount of these. And if we didn't have, like, over 192 circuits, it wouldn't... 192 of, I think, the MV circuits. Yeah, if we didn't have enough of those, it wouldn't make any more HV ones. Okay. This all might seem, like, overly complicated, but it does serve a purpose. Wait, do I need to... Yeah, I do need to have that down, don't I? So we still need to get the cloud behind. Okay. Yeah, this might seem overly complicated, but it does all have a purpose. Oh, would you look at that? We've already got a thing underneath here to sort this out. Beautiful. If we just connect that to there. Give that some power. See, I don't think... when I say overly complicated, I don't think this is overly complicated. At all. It's just making sure that I fix problems before they ever become a problem. And it's making sure everything is in such a way that I can set it up and pretty much just forget about it. So it's not so much overly complicating things as... future-proofing them, shall we say. Which to me is always worthwhile. Alright, so we need fine electron wire. SMD transistors, SMD capacitors, SMD resistors, nano CPUs, and epoxy printed circuit boards. And then we need to insert into here all of these things. We're only going to have one recipe in there at any given time, I think, with this. It doesn't really need to be running 100% of the time. That should be fine. And then we'll put liquid tin in there. And then just extract from these. And then we just need to extract from there. Insert into there. And we need an emitter. Emit signal when that's below 192. We need a controller. And that needs to be inverted. Shout to the... I don't think that's going to help much, unfortunately, Em. Oh, right, that's not actually going to go anywhere yet, is it? Because we need to set this up. Store nanoprocessors in there. Now we should have nanoprocessors. There we go. Right, so that should shut off when we have 192 of those. We'll make sure this is working. So if we just set it to 10, yeah, that shuts off. Beautiful. There we go. Right. So that is sorted. We don't need this anymore. I don't know what we're going to do with all that stuff. The items can go back into the ME system. Everything else, the fluids are just going to have to be voided. That's fine, though. Oh, wait, did I have a... No, I thought I had a filter in there that was configured. Okay, right, that is the next tier of HV circuits automated. I haven't got enough space in there. Can I add any more things to my tool belt? I don't know if I can add any more pouches to it. I need leather. Which we have not got a great deal of. It's not listening. It never does. The sun just does what it wants to do. And everyone else can just get fucked. Okay. So, that should give us those. Can we... I have a feeling we've got... Yeah, I don't think we can put any more in there. Dang it. I need more tool belts. That's going to have to go back in there for now, along with those. I have a downgrade on me. Should that have gone somewhere else over here that I forgot to put in? Yes. Yes, it should. Oh, God, I'm 25 minutes late for a break again. Damn it. I'm the worst at this. Alright, I need to take some of those out. Alright, that's fine. We've got a few extra nano CPU wafers there. Or chips, rather. That's fine. Right, I'm going to go and take a break because I am 25 minutes late for it. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break, but I will only ever run these during the break, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. And then when we do get back, we can start looking at making tungsten. Oh, no, actually, we can start looking at making the next tier of EV circuits and then start looking at making tungsten. Anyway, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, where were we? How are we doing for our nano processors? Already up to 108. Perfect. Thank you for the welcome backs. All right, so we have our... Actually, we should probably take them out of there, shouldn't we? and actually pick one up. Did that trigger? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. So I've done that. We're gonna keep using the other circuits until we run out of them, and then we'll switch over. Okay, perfect. So next up, this now allows us to make the next tier of EV circuits as well, which I think we can do pretty much straight away without having to change anything around. We just need to make another EV circuit assembler, which I don't know if we can do. We are going to need 2 more IV circuits. And hopefully that'll be everything we need for that. Right, while that's doing what it's doing, I want to have a look at and make sure we still have plenty of epoxy, which we do. Right, so from here, we need to start looking at getting to tungsten. We also need to look at the phosphorus-doped silicon balls and the SOC wafers, which will mean that we can then start making even cheaper LV circuits with this recipe, which we would need to get more EV circuit assemblers for. So actually, we might need to move everything into the clean room. But these are just significantly cheaper. Like, you get 6 LV circuits for just 1 plastic printed circuit board and an SOC, as opposed to the 3 that we're getting at the moment for all of this. It's a little bit more power usage and requires the clean room, but it's just like all it takes is tin bolts and fine copper wire. It's just significantly easier. V, thank you for the posture check, man, and the hydrate. Hey, would you look at that? We got the HV age trophy. Apparently we're in the HV age now. V, I thought you'd be playing RimWorld, man. Yeah, 21 degrees Celsius would be amazing right now. Instead, it's 35.2 right now in this room. So that's fun. Right. So, we'll worry about the SOC wafers later, because that's going to need a little bit more reorganizing as well. Inside is 29 Celsius there. Yeah, it says 29 degrees outside here, according to Windows. I don't know where that's actually doing, like how close to my location that actually is. But it says it's 29 degrees outside. So, right. What are we doing? This is what we want to get to. A multi-block madness. That's where we need to get. Right, so tungsten. Tungsten is a material that requires an EV electrolyzer, chemical bath, and an electric blast furnace with at least nichrome coils. It is only found from tungstate dust and scheelite dust, obtained from their respective ores. Tungstate is also obtainable in small quantities from centrifuging endstone dust. Scheelite and tungstate need to be bathed in hydrochloric acid to make tungstic acid, then electrolyzed to get the tungsten, which then needs to be cooked in the EBF for tungsten ingots. Yeah, apparently M did. She made it rain where you are, just not here. So nichrome coils look to be the next thing we need to worry about then. So nichrome is an alloy of nickel and chrome. Weird that. This is alloy is cooked in an electric blast furnace into a hot nichrome ingot, which will damage if it is held. To prevent this damage and obtain the desired ingot, the hot ingot must be cooled in a vacuum freezer. It is best to directly route this hot ingot from the output bus of your blast furnace to the input bus of your vacuum freezer via conduits or a tag filter set to forge hot ingots with a high priority. So yeah, nichrome, I think, is the next thing we need to sort out. So we can get nichrome coils. So I'm assuming we need to make the dust first, which is nickel dust and chromium. Easy enough. Wait, that was no circuit, was it? There was no circuit in that. No, circuit 2. Well, looks like we need another mixer. All right. Do we have MV or HV mixers right now? We do have HV mixers. Well, let's make a recipe for more of those. And we need an HV converter. A perfect summer weather before you yell 21 degrees Celsius. Before you yell 21 degrees Celsius and a wonderful breeze. Now you're just showing off, Guitar Lilin. I think I actually want to move this atomic reconstructor out of the way. And over to here. So that we can have all the mixers in the same place. Right, and we've got to get another laser. Right, it's got power. We need another pattern provider. And then we need balance mixer. That needs to be on circuit 2. All right, and we need to rename this to, what have we done the other ones as? All right. Mixer circuit 2. Let's make sure that is working. Beautiful. Actually, let's make sure it actually gives us the nichrome back again first. Yep, heat wave is still going on. I thought it had actually kind of broken last week, like just before I started streaming again. And then I started streaming again, and it was back to ridiculous heats. So yeah, we're still having to put up with the bullshit. Right, and then I'm assuming this will just go into here. It's circuit 2 with the nitrogen, right? It is. Only we don't need to do it like that, do we? We need to... We don't need to do the recipe like that. We need to do the recipe to receive an actual nichrome ingot. Wait, no, did I set it up? Wait. How did I set this up? I can't remember how I set this up now. How are we outputting to here? Yeah, tag export bus. Yeah, that's fine. That's right. I did have it right. That goes in there. So that should give us nichrome. Now the heat wave spread to RimWorld. I'm surprised none of these have actually broken yet. Oh, I wanted to get some more rutile, didn't I? Just so we can get more titanium, because we've got like over 4,000, but we could really do with a little bit more. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Why are you not working? Why are you not doing what you're supposed to do? Hmm. Uh-huh. I don't know why you... Oh, I know why you're not working. Never mind. I didn't need the nitrogen in there. The nitrogen's just in there normally. That's why it wasn't working. That's more like it. Right, where's my hole gone? $44 seconds per ingot. It's not terrible. Not amazing, but not terrible. We've got 192 nano processors already, though, which is good. Had a few proper hot days, but the next 2 days are cooler. I'm not sure what the forecast is like for us at the minute. Actually, I don't even know where my phone is to check. Yeah, all this stuff is coming in just fine now. Fantastic. It's due to cool little. That's good. Are we likely to get any rain? That'd be amazing. If we could get some rain, I would be incredibly happy about that. There we go. We have our first nichrome ingots. And then from there, nichrome coil blocks. Nichrome is the third coil material available, increasing your EBF's operating temperature to 3600 Kelvin, so it can process more advanced materials. Note that an HV assembler is required to make them. Each tier of coil requires their tier of assembler. We won't remind you again. 3600 Kelvin is now also hot enough to grant a single 100% efficient overclock to 1800K and below recipes. This means that one overclock will grant 4 times speed instead of the normal 2 times. In effect, you will get an additional 2 times speed boost by overclocking once. This means that the gas-boosted recipe for aluminium will get cut from about 7 seconds to 3 seconds at HV once you upgrade your EBF to EV power. Stainless steel ingots will get cut from 35 seconds to 9 seconds. It's well worth upgrading the EBFs producing these materials to nichrome once you can afford it. I will definitely be doing that. Anyway, later coils will give similar bonuses. Additionally, the EBF's temperature will increase by 100K for each voltage tier above MV, which could make a difference for future materials. But general gist is we need to make more nichrome. Oh, actually, can we make... we were waiting on the circuit assembler, weren't we, for the stuff for the circuit assembler? We should have everything, right? Yes, we got another circuit assembler. Right. EV converter. So let's get the EV circuits done before I forget. So basically, these are what we need to make. Specifically, this recipe. So that will give us much cheaper EV circuits, and we can passive them. So yeah, the reason we set this up like this is so that we can basically just easily add on to this as we need to. How goes the clean rooming? The clean rooming is going fine, thankfully. It's basically sorted. We're just in the process of starting to passive EV circuits, albeit in probably small quantities. Right, I need you. I need another interface. And I need you. Okay, so... need one of those. So we're going to want to shut this one off under a few circumstances. Firstly, I think we're just going to keep a stack of EV circuits in stock at any given time. You got a strike today playing about with your mod pack. Again, they released a 121.1 beta that works with everything. Oh, nice. How's it looking? Right, so we want to insert that, insert that. We need counting filter. I'm hoping we have everything for this. We should do. And then that will be for liquid tin. Right, and we need to output liquid tin and then all of this stuff. However, we are going to want to shut this off under another condition as well, which is what this is for, so that we can shut this off if we don't have enough of the HV circuits. So basically, we're only going to want to insert into here if on a low signal on there, but if we want to emit a signal if this is below, what did we say? We were storing 192 of these. So if we say if this is below, say 100 and, well, if we set this to 192 and then we set this a little higher to say 200 for now. And then we need to invert this. Chloe, thank you for the hydrate. And everybody else, make sure you are hydrating as well. Right, okay, so we need to invert that. And then we need to just set this to output, items, and fluids. I've done it again. And then we need to extract from there. And insert into there. It's not going to go anywhere yet because we aren't inserting it back into our ME system. But let's sort that out. That'll go back into there. And we'll just put these in a storage drawer for now. In there, I guess. There we go. And then if we just set this to, so that's 1, then that should shut off. Perfect. And then we want to, if we set this to a higher number to, say, 300, this should no longer put any more items into here. I do need to double check and make sure we are keeping up with like the capacitors, inductors, like everything else that's getting pushed into here. Oh, right, yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Because it's not got a bloody redstone card in it. It's not just going to randomly read redstone on its own, Church. Right, now, after this, it shouldn't insert anything more. Perfect, okay. So we should never be in a situation where we run out of those unless we run out of this stuff. We'll probably do want to put a little bit more gallium in there just to make sure we don't run out of gallium foil at any point. Everything else should be just fine, though. And there we go. We have passive EV circuits now. Right. So, I think I do want to see if I can get a little bit more rutile. But we'll start the nichrome. We'll start some nichrome coils crafting before we do that. We are going to need nichrome wire, stainless steel foil, and liquid aluminium. Those are, or should be fine. Right. And then stainless steel foil. I've just copied over the recipe that I wasn't supposed to copy over. Whoops. That's fine. And we are running out of space for foils as well. Right, and then nichrome. I've done it again. Damn it. I gotta stop doing that. Alright, and then sort that out. Put those in there and make ourselves a nichrome coil ones. We are going to need a better assembler before too much longer. Actually, you know what? It might actually be worthwhile making and upgrading this assembler to... Wait, we don't need a clean room for this or anything, do we? No. It might be worth upgrading this assembler to an EV one. Now that we do have EV circuits passived, we should be able to do that relatively easily. Provided this keeps going up, which it should do, hopefully. Oh, and I've just realized that that's not going to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. Because I have not switched over the recipe for EV. Oh. I've not switched over the recipe for the universal circuits yet. They're still using the old ones, and we want it to use those instead. Let's try that again. All right, and we also need... Why is that not going... Oh, it is going up. It's just going up slowly. That's all. What else do we need? Converter. I feel like we're making decent progress with this at the moment. I'm not sure how we're doing power-wise. I think we're probably still just fine. Oh. Damn. What is using... Holy shit. Oh, yeah, because we've got so much EV. Yeah, we are... Power is starting to become an issue. It will... The amount we're using, like, passively will go down once we reach our kind of threshold on circuits. But that's concerning, to put it mildly. Last time I looked, we were at about 50,000 EU per tick, 50,000 RF per tick being used. We've shot up to 90,000 now. And we're only making, what was it, about 104-ish thousand we were making there? That's roughly 26,000 EU per tick. That's only 12 amps of EV. And we are using quite a few EV things now. So yeah, we need to... I think we do need to work on more power. However, I don't really want to do that until we have tungsten. Wait, why is that stopped? Oh, fine electrum wire is... We're running out of the electrum wire. Ooh, okay. We might need to speed these up. But yeah, that power is becoming an issue. Oh yeah, because both of these are using electrum wire. See, this is why I wish I'd done all of these on like 1 amp converters. Just because like the rest of these don't need to be upgraded to HV. Oh yeah, see that now we're down to 47,000 used. That's where we were. What were we making that was so fucking expensive? I didn't start the nichrome coils making, crafting. Huh. Who knows? But we do want to change over the assembler that is doing this one. This is the assembler we want to switch over. The second one up. This is what I like about having it set up like this. It's a bit more expensive with the various different converters and what have you. but if I want to switch it out, that's literally all I need to do. And it gets switched out to a different tier. All right, I think I'm going to switch over, since we are kind of bottlenecking a little bit over here at the minute with these. I think I'm going to switch all of these over to just using 1 amp converters. And then we can upgrade that one to an HV wire mill. So how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4 MV, 1 HV. We've got 1 HV one, and we just need another 3 MV. GT team have redone their custom machine scripts, so you have to relearn everything. Are they made better, though, overall? Right. Can I stand on top of this, please? This might break a few things for a minute or two, but that's fine. Oh. Apparently I made one too many. Right, let's... Can we make the wire mill? I believe it's greatly improved. That's good, then. And then we'll have it up like that. The only annoying thing is we're going to have to use more energy cards, but that's not really a big deal. Right, where is my... What am I looking for? That. Right, then we got to get energy cards into all of these. I mean, I guess we probably could have done this with just a 4 amp one and then 4 amp one here and then use that for the rest of them, but it doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal. Right, we need that. One of these days I'll remember that we can auto-connect these things. Oh wait, no, that's right. That needs to be there. We want to get rid of that, is the general gist of it. And that goes there. And that should have everything powered again. And what circuit are we on? 3. I don't even know if this is going to keep up, honestly, but it's certainly going to be a lot faster than... Well, twice as fast, to be precise. We should be okay. One way or the other. Okay. Now that's sorted. We really, really need to get better power gen. That needs to be a focus fairly soon. The next thing is, are we making enough Electrum? Looks like we're still keeping up with it. Although we'll check that again in a little while. Now that we've sped the fine wire production up a little bit. Right. Nichrome coil. I never actually made the recipe for this, did I? Oh, I did. Okay. So we are going to need at least 16 of these. So if we do 16 for now, this is probably going to chew through our power. pretty quickly. Since we're going to be running, I think, 4 EBFs, another 4 EBFs at EV. Although, at the minute, it's not too bad. That will go up. Yep, that's going up. So yeah, we are on the border of how much we can actually run here. So we need to start working on the high octane gasoline soon. But the only thing is we want to be able to get to the extreme combustion engines before we do this. I can't remember if I knew that before. I think that feels like something I did know in the past, but I did not remember at all that you could do that. Hold on. I'm sure I did that in one of my old playthroughs of GTNH. Right, so... Well, shit. That's quite nice. Although you can also cover them as well, which is preferable, but do you still do them in the same... Do you still make covers in the same way? I seem to remember it being... Is it 4 iron plates? Ah, no, it's 3. Yeah, you can still make the GT covers. Any waterlog frames? Let's find out. Let's find out somewhere where it's not going to waterlog everything else and cause problems with anything else. Right. You cannot waterlog frames. That's a shame. Another pile of your favorite mods are ready for use. That was quick. Holy shit. All right, we've nearly got our stack of EV circuits. Oh, actually, one thing I do want to check on, which we've not checked on in a while, is how are we doing over here in terms of depletion of the oil vein? Where's my... There it is. Oh, we're only down to like 94%. That's actually not bad at all. Considering we're only using... We're still depleting it at, like, I think, like 100% speed. So that's actually not bad at all. Right, okay. Progression. We now have that. How many, like, money coins have we got at this point? Quite a few. Right, I wanted to get some more rutile. Or... do we want to get rutile? We only need, like, bauxite for it, don't we? Which we don't have any bauxite. Can we make... Or can we buy bauxite? Oh, we can. It's actually pretty cheap as well. Since we're not actually using our money coins for anything. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that does just go straight to the crush, doesn't it? Okay, good. I was going to say, doing this doesn't give us the raw ores, does it? We've still got a whole bunch of things in here that I need to do something with. I've got, like, pyrite dust, pyrolusite dust in there. We've got a bunch of coal dust, some galena dust, calcium, calcite, and barite. Got a whole bunch of stuff in there that we haven't done anything with yet. Right, okay, so... We really do need to start thinking about improving our power gen. And we can at least double it. Actually, we can do more than double it. So my plan is I want to be able to use 4 of these extreme combustion engines. I want to be able to power 4 of these. That should get us 128,000 EU per tick, roughly. So 32,768 times 4, basically. It's 131,072. Which is, well, 4 amps of LUV, I think. Or 64 amps of EV power, which is plenty. The percent increase per power. How do you mean the percent increase per power? What does it mean by the percent increase per power tier? I'm not entirely sure what that's actually meaning. Right. Oh, does it want all 16? Oh, it wants all 16. Jerks. Okay. Are we talking about the overclocker? Oh, right. No, you mean the... Oh, right. No, you mean for the bonus outputs. Right. Oh, yeah. I get what you mean now. Sorry, I was reading that in terms of, like, actually referring to power usage. I was like, wait, what? That's why it was confusing me. Right, okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I liked the idea, unless it means you're going to get... Like, I like that idea of having the increase per power tier, the percentage increase per power tier above the base level. I much preferred that. At MV, you actually, depending on what you're getting, like, I think that mostly just refers to the macerator anyway. Although, no, it refers to, like, things like the sifter as well. There's a few things, but most things, like, they do have just a flat amount for the byproduct, or a flat percentage for the byproducts. If I remember rightly, so things like the thermal... Oh, no, wait, no, they do. No, you are right. So things like the thermal centrifuges, I think, do. Yeah, it does have a percentage per se. I like that, though, because it added to that sense of progression. I don't know how I feel about that being removed. I don't know how I feel about that. It was nice to know that as you progressed... It was nice to know that as you progressed, that you could get more outputs. Davo, how are you doing? What are these making at the minute? They are making nichrome ingots. Oh, I've got titanium going through there as well. Actually, what am I powering this with? Just HV at the moment. That'll have to do. Tired? How am I today? Pretty much the same as you. I am also tired. But that's pretty much normal for me these days. Right. We are definitely going to have to either add another vacuum freezer, I think, or speed this one up. Could always add 4 more of them, or 3 more, I guess. Right, this is what we're working towards. Tungsten. If we can get our first tungsten ingots today, I'll be happy. I don't think we're going to be able to, but that would be nice. So we are going to need an EV electrolyzer. We're going to need to get to the tungstic acids. We are going to need a couple of EV chemical baths. That does sound like you read it correctly, though, Chloe. Based on that description, it sounds like you read that correctly. So I hope that's not the case. Because I like that. I like the idea of having that level of progression, because it means like as you get to higher tiers, it gives you a reason, like a bigger reason to upgrade. Right, so we need tungstate and we need scheelite. Do I have either of those things? I'm gonna guess. Oh, we've got a little bit of tungstate. That's good. How about scheelite? We got a little bit of scheelite. Where have we got these from? I'm gonna guess the moon. But we do want to put these through here to process them. I'm assuming there's not anything else we need to... I should probably check this first, shouldn't I? But yeah, if we just ore wash, thermal centrifuge, and then macerate. It's just it's the scheelite dust we need anyway, so that's fine. And then I'm assuming it's the same with the tungstate. We could have got lithium out of it, but we don't really need any more lithium. So more manganese, a little bit of silver, and lithium anyway. But yeah, that's fine with those. I need to... You know what? I'm going to get storage cells for each, like 4K storage cells for all of these as well. So we've got borites. I feel like... Why do I feel like we had calcite? Ah, no, we had calcium. That's why. So, calcite. Oh, calcium we do have, don't we? So I can shove that into here. And that can get stored. What about coal dust? Coal dust we also have. Wait, where am I even getting coal dust from? I don't even know. But we can output coal dust as well. I really should be keeping on top of this with for my ore processing. Although not that it's going to matter too much longer. Galena dust. I'm pretty sure we don't have. Nope. Galena dust. Nickel dust? I feel like we might have nickel dust. No, we don't. Okay. So nickel dust as well. Niobium we definitely don't have. Pyrite, I'm pretty sure we don't have. Most of this we like don't have much of a use for. Oh no, we do have pyrite dust. Where the hell was I getting pyrite dust from then? I'm genuinely concerned. Like, I don't know where I'm getting pyrite dust from. Oh, right, because we did centrifuge a bunch of redstone, didn't we? That's right. Okay, so there's pyrites gone. Pyrolusite, pretty sure we do not have that. Nope. Tantalite, we definitely don't have. And then tin dust we'll deal with later, because we haven't got enough space. We need another 8 4K storage drives. And we need more destruction cards. Joy on iron out where the pyrite is coming from. I'm sure we will, Tribble. Okay. Nichrome coils are coming in slowly. We probably do want to increase, switch all of these out for nichrome coils as well. Oh, whoa. Ooh. That's concerning. We have power. But that was not getting enough power. Oh, I know what's going on. We're not outputting enough power from here. Right, overclockers. Can we can't can we make end steel yet? Can I make end steel yet? Oh, we can make end steel dust. Yeah, we should be able to make end steel now. So it might be worth making a few of the more overclockers, a few of the other overclockers. I also want to make the other overclockers craftable. We only have the conductive iron ones craftable at the moment. Which, where am I crafting those? Please tell me I'm doing it in an assembler. Yes, good. Okay. Also, how have I not got energetic alloy wire recipes in here yet? Right, and then that will go in there. I'm honestly surprised it's taken this long to get to a point where we are... I've just realized I've done that in the wrong place, haven't I? I've done the wrong recipe for that. I'm surprised it's taken us this long to start getting issues. Like power-wise. It's gone pretty well. Authentication servers don't seem to be working. I know I've obviously not had any issues because we're already logged in, and I really don't want to log out and find out. Hopefully, if there are issues, it's something that's going to get sorted soon. Right, end steel dust. Right, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have dark steel dust at the moment, so we are going to have to macerate for that. And I don't know about end stone dust either. We've got a little bit. We don't need to worry too much about this just yet, I don't think. We just need to make sure we can get some for now. I'll go in there, and we need the macerator. Right, end steel. Let's just see if this will craft. We're probably not going to be able to craft this straight away anyway, because we're going to have to wait for the nichrome to finish. Yeah, there we go. End steel sorted. We're going to have to do this on circuit 1, which means it's going to be a little bit slower for now. I think I'm going to redo my EBFs and the way we've got them set up. Alright, no worries, Guitar Lilim. Hopefully you get what you need. I've just realized that is also the wrong recipe. Because we need that to output an actual end steel ingot. Right, how are we doing for this? Yeah, it keeps... We're not extracting enough power. So, can I make one of the one more of the other overclockers for now? Just for the time being, and then we can upgrade all the other ones later. Yeah, if we set that to orange extract, add one of those, and add... Oh, do I not have any of the... I don't have any of the other overclockers. The node overclockers. Oh, I've not done a recipe for the liquid pulsating iron either. This is the point where you start to find out all the bits that you've neglected to do up to this point. Alright, what was I making? Overclocker. Oh. What are these weighing on? Are these running out of power? Huh. Hmm. Why are these not working? You've got power. You've got polyethylene. That's somewhat concerning. These shouldn't need a circuit, right? Or did they? Oh, wait, what? Okay, now I'm concerned. I can only assume that that is because we weren't outputting enough power. Oh, man. I knew we were going to start running into these problems. I hoped we could get a little closer to getting tungsten. I was really hoping we could hold out a little longer. We could add a few more numismatic dynamos just to keep up with everything for now. We've got enough of a backlog. We've got like 65,000 diamonds backlogged at the moment. We've got about 65,000 diamonds backlogged at the minute, so we could probably make a few more numismatic dynamos. I really didn't want to have to do that, though, because they're going to be kind of pointless. Well, not pointless soon, but they will be... Anyway, we are making enough power. We just weren't extracting enough. That's all it was. But let's make one more node overclocker, and then we'll just get one more extraction from this, just so we know that we can actually extract enough. All right. Oh, hold on there, and one more node overclocker. Now we shouldn't have any issues. Shouldn't being the right word. Unfortunately, this does take like a minute and a half to per 15%, given how big of a clean room we have. Oh wait, does that mean that the one over here would have been got contaminated as well? No, that one's still fine. This one is a lot smaller. Okay, that's fine. Right. But yeah, we need to get to tungsten realistically. I guess we could do some something in the meantime, but I don't really want to. I really don't want to make the large combustion engines purely and then just have to get rid of them as soon as we get to the extreme combustion engines. We do need LUV circuits for this, though, which means we are still a little way off. Oh, what do I want to do? Because even if we add, like, one more... Because we've got room for one more numismatic dynamo, which I think I am going to add in there regardless. Just because it will kind of fill out the full 16 of them. Rather than just having one space like we've got at the minute. But yeah, I really don't want to make one of the other combustion engines. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt. Why can I not remember what the name of these things are? I can never remember these. Multi-cycle injectors, that's the one. I can never remember the name of these. And we also want a component. I don't think we can make the next tiers of components yet either. I think the next tier is a signalum. And signalum, we need... Actually... we probably could do this. This would probably be doable. Assuming we can actually make them in the EBFs. We do need IV energy for it, though. That's going to be the problem. And RTM alloy. Coils, which... yeah, we... what do we actually even need for those? Ruthenium, tungsten, and molybdenum. So we're going to need to... I'm assuming that is part of the platinum line. I knew we'd reach this point. I really, really didn't want to make more numismatic dynamos. Like, I really didn't want to do it. We may not have a choice, though. All right, so if we copy that, paste that, we also need to copy to extract from there. And then we need a redstone card in there, which if we copy this one, should turn that off. Oh no, everything's turned on again now. But it wouldn't be like overly difficult to be able to like double up this setup that we have now. But it just feels pointless to do it if we're going to be switching over to using something like high octane gasoline soon. And then eventually gene gasoline. Right, if we were to go with large combustion engines, how much could we make? If we were to do 4 of these, how much could we actually make out of that? So 6144 times 4, 24,576 EU per tick. That's about what we're making at the moment. That's a little less than what we're making at the moment. I'd need to do some maths on how much of this we're actually going to need, because we would actually get slightly more power out of this than the 3200 EU. Around about 50% more, I think. Since the large combustion engine, it gives you basically, if you provided we're using oxygen, it will triple the output we're getting from it, but only double the amount of, hey, there's my 4K component, but only double the amount of power usage. So you're getting slightly more power out of the fuel. So I'd need to do a little bit of maths to see how much we would need to make in order to do that. Wait, are these all still crafting? Oh, they are. Perfect. Okay, right. Let's sort these out before we do anything else. I think this might be where we end up calling it today, possibly. Because I'm going to need to do a lot of maths here, and I don't know if I want to do it on stream. Because it's going to bore the crap out of everybody. Alright, so what do we need? Borite dust. Plus, I am actually starting to melt right now. Which is not ideal. Right, calcite dust. Galena dust. Nickel dust. Niobium dust. Alright. Pyrolusite. And then tantalite. I imagine we don't have too much more space left for fluid cells, though. Oh no, we're not putting fluid cells like that in there, are we? We're putting item cells in. Borite. Calcite. Galena. Nickel. Niobium. Oh, pyrite we already had, didn't we? So now we have 2 pyrites. Ones. Wonderful. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Pyroluscites. And tantalites. Oh, that should be most of that cleared now, although we now also have the molybdenum, scheelite, and tungstate coming in. Lithium, we should already have, I'm pretty sure. Alright, no worries, life. Take care. Oh, I don't have lithium. How do I not have lithium dust? I'm guessing it's still in the storage drawers. There we go, and lithium dust. Oh shit, they didn't need to go in there. Oh, workbench, and we need my anvil back, please. There we go, so we just need to store the... Let's do these now. Molybdenum, scheelite, tungstate, and tin dust. Pretty sure we don't have any of these. We do not. If we do another 3 of those... Nope, 4 of those. There we go. And molybdenum dust. Scheelite dust. Tungstate dust. And tin dust. There we go. And that is now nice and clear. Right, do we have our coils? Our coils are finished. Wait. Our coils are not finished. Did I not request 16 nichrome coils? I guess not. Either that, or I've somehow lost 6 of them when we ran out of... when we started having the power issues. I guess that's a possibility. Yeah, for the most part, we're fine with power. It's just when we're running certain things. Okay, right. On that note, though, we didn't quite get to tungsten. I hoped we would, but we did not quite get there. That will be a thing for next week. Once we get to tungsten, we can start thinking. I think we are going to work on making a few of the large combustion engines. I didn't want to do this, but I think we're going to have to. Like 4 of these is going to get us a reasonable amount of power. Around about 12 amps of EV power to be precise, or 3 amps of IV. And it should do us until we switch over to the extreme combustion engines. The good thing is that we will be making we're obviously going to need to make the high octane gasoline anyway. So if we're making the high octane gasoline, once we switch over to the extreme combustion engines, we don't need to do anything more in terms of creating the power, because we will actually get we'll make enough high octane gasoline in order to run 4 of the extreme combustion engines. We'll do the maths based on that, and then that should give us like plenty of backlog of that by the time we make the extreme combustion engines, because we will need we won't need anywhere near as much for the large combustion engines, and then that should be fine, hopefully. And then once we've got past that, we have got a few other options. The Naquita reactor once you get to LUV, plasma turbines as well. Although I don't know how viable they are at IV. And then later, large Naquita reactors and creative power eventually. You've also got fission for power as well, but I don't believe that is overly... it's going to be incredibly complex to do that. I guess there's always solar panels, but then we'd have to turn the day-night cycle off on again, on again, and they don't actually produce that much for what they are. Anyway, on that note, I am going to call it a day. Thank you everybody for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. I'm not going to be live over the weekend, but I should be back on Monday with a little bit more of Monifactory, and hopefully some tungsten and tungsten steel and other things. Right. I don't think we're going to raid anybody again. I think we're just going to call it a day. I hope you all have an amazing weekend, though, and as always, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the follows, for the resubs, for the raids, everything like that. You guys have been amazing, and I hope we see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.